Alright everybody, we're queuing up for day 2. This is good. We've got early interaction and a way to find what we need. Opponent probably on an aggressive deck because they have no Lurrus or Yorion as a companion. I don't know that there's any 2-drop that they can draw a card off of here, unless they're playing Rimrock Knight. So there's a reasonable consideration to go for Omen of the Sea here. I think I'm just going to play to the board pretty aggressively. If we draw another Glass Casket or something, I'll be really happy that we used it there. Elspeth's Nightmare as well would be a great draw. I'm going to main phase this because I want to scry also after we use it. We can Apparition that next turn. Yeah, these are both excellent anti-aggro cards. We mostly want to play around the Great Henge and Embercleave, so keeping both those cards in mind on every turn is pretty critical. The opponent's stuck on green mana here. Could Extinction Event on even. Also Apparition away the Brushfire. Problem is that we can't block Brushfire with either Omen of the Sun or Elspeth tokens. So if we do Extinction Event even, they could run out Lovestruck Beast, we can Apparition that away. Just need another white source. So if they go like Fabled Passage, Cracked Field Passage, we are taking a lot of damage from the Brushfire. I am going to hit that because, again, I really just don't want them to ever get the Great Henge down. So keeping their board as clear as possible is really important. What are the odds I cast Amiria's Call this game? Yeah, we're still pretty far from that. I'm just going to run it out tapped while I don't have to take damage. Oh, wow. So grabbing the white source did come back to bite us. I was thinking a little bit about Dream Trawler. Since we didn't have it in hand, I wanted to just make sure I could play multiple double white spells or white cost in a turn. Let's grab Yorion, and then we can flash in Omen of the Sun end of turn. Again, trying to keep our life total as high as possible. Great Henge here is pretty bad. Gotta find Elspeth Conquers Death. Yeah. Alright. Got a blue source. So we have the option of Yorion blinking both of those, or just Dream Trawler. This gives us a better chance of finding the Great Hen, or sorry, finding Elspeth Conquers Death. This allows us to start closing out the game in the air a little bit and use our mana more efficiently. So let's go for this one. One thing we can do is start pumping Trawler. Also want to be somewhat careful that I always have a card in hand to stop it from getting Primal Mighted away. This is a very odd attack. This smells like an Ember Cleave. I think we do just chump block with the 1/1, force them to do it. Alternatively, only saves us 1 damage. We might want to block later with it. Could also even get in with it and create some 1/1s. Yeah, obviously if they don't have Ember Cleave, that's a great block. Really good bluff attack. Finally found ECD. I think we do just attack here with Dream Trawler. ECD the Great Henge. Crack back for a lot. We just have to hope they don't have an Ember Cleave. Alternatively, not attacking. Have it back as a blocker. Gain 5 life anyway, which is about as much as we'd save by blocking. Might end up hitting some additional removal to play. And then if they do have Ember Cleave and we block, we're not gaining the life anyway. Could take out one of their creatures, hoping to blink this next turn. Hope they just don't draw too many cards off the henge. Yeah, I guess their plan was to just go stomp on Dream Trawler. But we would have made it hexproof and they would have lost their Bone Crusher Giant. But again, that was a great bluff attack with the 3/3. Okay, we had to respect Ember Cleave. wonder if I should scry with the Omen of the Sea. I don't think so. Alright, so we get to attack and then Yorion blinking all these. We can even cycle for a small shark as a blocker. Cycle this first, but I don't think the 1 extra life would be worth it. Yeah, and if we find something like Extinction Event, I'd much rather cast that. So, could Treacherous Blessing blink it with Yorion. Cost us 1 life, but we're refilling our hand. We get to reset the trawler. We have a couple blockers. Would not have the option of cycling Shark Typhoon then. Doesn't feel all that important. Don't think I want to give them back the Innkeeper to hit something like a Mammoth, although it is a real consideration. What are the odds they draw an adventure creature? They've already played Lovestruck Beast, Bone Crusher. It's possible our life total is just more important. Yeah, I'm actually going to do this. Because the Mammoths, if they hit a land, get pumped. We should ECD Lovestruck. And a Mammoth here. Alright, let's pitch a Yorion. And Doom Foretold. So, even if they do have Ember Cleave, I feel like if we block correctly, we should be surviving that. So they got the redraw. Again, I think this is fine. I feel like we protected ourselves better by hitting the Mammoth. We're going to have so much card advantage. Doesn't matter too much if they're drawing an extra card off Innkeeper. So they have nothing with reach. We already are threatening 8. Feels like we just Elspeth and maybe some golden eggs for the win.
I can escape my past no more than I can escape my shadow. I will do my best.
Right, so this is lethal already. And again, nothing with reach. Alright, let's bring in Shatters, Archons, Bloodchief's Thirst. Negate. Heliod's Intervention. Let's get rid of Solemn. Let's go to Shark Typhoon. From a Dance of the Manse. Cup of Blessings. Maybe trim a Charming Prince. Also could trim an egg. Probably an egg, actually. Something like this looks pretty good. I think I can keep this. Extinction Event's a really nice bailout card. Birth of Meletis can slow them down. Obviously, it doesn't help keep them off creatures for the henge. I think I'm just going to crack this for a black source now. Next turn we go Birth of Meletis. They are able to go Lovestruck Beast into henge. We do at least have ECD if we can survive long enough to get there. Want to have double white next turn if we draw an apparition. Would love to find a Glass Casket or the apparition, again, just to try to keep them off henge if we can. They may not have double green. That could be another saving grace for us. It feels like if they did, they would have likely run out the green source. Let's go ahead and draw. So yeah, there's Bloodchief's Thirst that I might want to cast. I was considering playing the henge or the passage and cracking it first. Now we can play this out on black. Just take out their 1/1. Not really worth it with our wall though. Especially, well, we're gonna Extinction Event on odd most likely. So maybe just cleaning up their board, making it hard for them to get another Lovestruck Beast going makes sense. Not entirely sure. Just feels like we can... Oh, you know what though? This would take them off of an Embercleave this turn, so that's a good reason to do it. Because if they play land and attack with Bolt, they could Embercleave. I feel like we just want to take 4 here, and then we could have this blocker back for future creatures that are small. Maybe blocking's okay though. We're going to Extinction Event away their board. Keep our life total higher. Yeah, I'm going to play to what we see right now. Also can't block things like Brushfire. Can't profitably block too much of their deck. Alright, so let's go blue, Extinction Event odd. Probably ECD Lovestruck Beast. Doesn't feel great, but again, Just trying to keep them away from Great Henge is pretty important. Especially now they have the Innkeeper. Now it feels a little better because they would definitely be able to attack with it. Could also casket the Innkeeper. We've seen a couple different adventure creatures. So the options are Glass Casketing, grabbing Yorion, or just ECD. Don't have a target for Chapter 3 currently. We Glass Casket, Lovestruck Beast, grab Yorion. Let's see, because if we were to ECD now, we won't be able to blink it. I think blinking it's a really big benefit. Let's go get a blue source here. And we do have blue from this. I think I'm just gonna get a white source actually. Our deck is very hungry for white mana. Alright, that was a nice little combo. But again, now at least we have ECD with the option of blinking it. Even Bloodchief's Thirst away the Innkeeper so they don't continue to draw cards on us. Let's do this first so the auto tapper doesn't get us. Probably scrying first. Try to set up a good draw off this Golden Knight. And they do know, obviously, about our ability to blink ECD, so might deter them from playing something that we can hit with it. That does mean... Yeah, I mean, I think we're pretty much running out this Yorion no matter what, unless we find something much better. Hagra Mauling is not it. I do want this negate. Protects us from the Henge, protects us from Vivian and Embercleave. Alright, at this point, would love to find Dance of the Manse, Doom Foretold. A lot of good cards in our deck. Dream Trawler would be amazing. We are protected for the next couple turns at least. I think we just start pressuring with Yorion. Don't need to kill this shield breaker to stop a Henge discount because we do have negate. And they didn't have Embercleave there, they would have attacked with the shield breaker for sure. They're definitely flooding out a bit over there, which helps us. We're also taxing them with ECD, which is funny because that does mess with their henge stuff. Alright, so 4-turn clock. And having removal plus negate does mean we're pretty well protected from the first spell of, you know, creatures or non-creatures. So there's the cleave. I could just kill the shield breaker. Let's see, because if we negate it, we're vulnerable to Vivian and Great Henge. If we kill the shield breaker, they play another creature next turn, they're threatening a lot of damage. I think again, I'm just going to play to what we currently see. Can't cast Vivian this turn or Henge this turn. And there's the other creature. Feels like we just want to Hagra Mauling that. Take 2 damage, that's fine. Yeah, let's just get rid of it. And then we have Egg as like an extra 3 life in reserve. We are flooding out pretty badly though. And we are out of our defenses. Another cleave. Alright, take 6 here. Guess we're cracking Egg. The only way this punishes us for cracking it out is if we draw exactly another Yorion. And it gives us all of our mana next turn. How relevant is that? We have 2 Yorions left in the deck. What do we need all this mana for though? Probably nothing. Apparition's a good draw. Can hit the shield breaker, attack with Yorion. I think that's our only real line here. Hitting Innkeeper, not great. Try to chump block the Ember Cleaved Up card. Feels like that leaves us more vulnerable though. Rather just have the smaller creature holding the Embercleave. Again, they don't have that many adventure creatures, so they can't like get a ton of redraws here. We're just blocking, save as much damage as possible. They need an answer to this Yorion. Alright, we got there. Alright, so against Rogues, I like Apparition. It's a little bit slow, but this helps us. Plus Extinction Event could be really good. We do have double white with Amiria's Call. Dance of the Man's far too slow. One of our best cards in general, but definitely don't want it right now. We have 0 enchantments. Alright, so they've got the Thieves Guild Enforcer here. Treacherous Blessing, a good one. Yeah, how we kept it on top, they would have milled it. Could apparition away the Thought Thief. Could also just run out Treacherous Blessing, but I want to play to their board, plus we'd have to discard to Blessing. Happily trade with the buffed up Enforcer, because then we could Extinction Event on even and clear the entire board. Doom Foretold really good. The question becomes, do we go for Treacherous Blessing or Doom Foretold? Drown in the Lock would hit both. I think I just go for Doom Foretold. I'd actually rather resolve the Treacherous Blessing. I mean, they're both pretty close. The other option would be to end of turn Hagra Mauling their Enforcer. Maybe that's better. Just tax their mana on their turn. I think I'm just going to do Foretold. Again, my rule of thumb is if I have an enchantment, I'm more likely to be okay running it into a potential counterspell. So they get to buff everything up. We will sacrifice our apparition and then go for an Extinction Event on Odd. Can't trade with the apparition, otherwise our Doom Foretold goes away. Really don't want that. I mean, I could trade with it. Doom Foretold goes away. We then Treacherous Blessing to rebuild. I wish I had a flash enchantment to keep it going. I'm not trading because the plan is to sacrifice this, then Treacherous Blessing, and then keep tacking their board with the Doom Foretold on our board. If we were to Extinction Event, Doom Foretold would go off. They would get to Lurrus, bring back a Thieves Guild Enforcer. I think we just Treacherous Blessing here. Extinction Event next turn. They're sacrificing probably Wind Robber, hitting us for 3. We just have a big card advantage there. It's better for Doom Foretold to go off, so they'd be left with a 2-2 if we did that. Pitch a card, we get a 2-2 Knight. They do get to start building with Lurrus. They have Hagra Mauling to deal with it next turn. Nah, let's do this. Guess I'll just play out Island here. We can play this on black next turn. And we're kind of forcing them to go for the Lurrus line pretty soon, just because Doom Foretold plus like Solemn and everything is going to allow us to gum up the board. Alright, so let's play this out on black. Go egg first, keeps Doom Foretold going, then we go solemn. Could also Hagra Mauling their Enforcer. Nah. Let's grab planes. So they've rebuilt as well, but yeah, and this Doom Foretold is going to do a number on them. Really just want to find a dance of the Manse at this point. Gladly take my card, keep my life total high. Has to be a little bit tempting for them to go for Lurrus plus another card, start rebuilding their board, plus they're going to be discarding to hand size. Think they're nervous that Doom Foretold will just keep them in check. Alright. Kind of want to go Charming Prince Scry, because it's a little bit hard for them to mill me out. We've already seen 2 Thieves Guild Enforcers go away. This will also heavily incentivize them to play Lurrus and Enforcer. Setting up my Extinction Events. Alright, let's grab a basic while we have them not milled. Doom Foretold. So I could grab Yorion. That does leave our guard down with the Hagra Mauling though. I'm just gonna keep mauling up here. Grab and play Yorion next turn if we need to. So I think what I want to do is if they flash in a creature here, into the story again, wow, okay, well they're sculpting their hand, but they're going to discard and they miss some land drops. I imagine what they're trying to do is set it up so they can have Lurrus down and somehow protect it with counterspells. The thing is, if they do play Lurrus, then they're going to want to play something from the yard. Double Crab. I mean, we have so many cards in our library here. It doesn't feel too greedy to go for like Extinction Event plus Doom Foretold and hold on to this mauling. Could hit an Elspeth for us. Really just don't want them to hit Dance of the Manse. Okay. So maybe now we go Hagra Mauling, and then Doom Foretold will clean up the last crowd. We can save our Extinction Event. This also helps us punch through some damage here. And we want to grab... we could just run out ECD. Because then we would be able to grab and play Yorion next turn. Uses our mana pretty well. Taxes them on an upcoming turn if they don't counter it. There's a second answer to a Lurrus though, so... I'm just doing this. Basically, I'm trying to set it up so that on the turn they play Lurrus, we have two answers if they counter one of them. So they're just going to draw a card. We're going to lose our loop by sacking Charming Prince, but again, having the Doom Foretold on the battlefield is really valuable because anything that we've gotten under their counter magic is so much more valuable than what we have in our hand. There's a third crab. Again, we still have a good amount left in our library. I think we have all three Dance of the Manses. We put one on the bottom in the very beginning. Although, I think we shuffled it at some point with Solemn. So there's one. I feel like they're maybe unable to counter. So what do we do here? Do we just run out ECD? Let's attack first. Just run out the ECD, tax them next turn, threaten to get back a Dream Trawler if they don't clear it. Also have Apparitions, Charming Prince. I really want to Dance in the Manse when I know it's going to resolve. It does kind of feel like they don't have counter magic, but this is such an important spell. Taxing them with ECD would make this also very likely to resolve. And again, if they counter the ECD, that means that that's another thing we could potentially buy back. Okay. Doom Foretold will go off, unless they can flash something in here. Alright, this is a little bit better in our graveyard, but still good. So what are they getting back? Okay, so I think they're just trying to draw cards, it looks like. So let's lead with ECD. If it resolves, we still have enough mana to get a Dance of the Manse going. If it doesn't resolve, it means that they probably, hopefully, use their only counterspell they can use this turn. Let's do this for 4. If they have Mystical Dispute, this is bad. To also just go Elspeth. Start pumping and getting in. This is much better if they have Mystical Dispute. So pumping only gets through one actual extra point of damage. Let's actually make some more creatures. We can pump them next turn.
Courage will bloom in all who seek justice.
Yeah, now we just have a lot for them to deal with on the board, which means that it's going to be difficult for them to deal with this and stop us from casting our 2 spells. They can stop us from getting back that ECD, and they're just drawing the card here. So if they get Agadim's Awakening, would spend most of their mana and probably give us a pathway to Dance of the Manse. Double Dance is nice, and we're taxing them now. Threaten lethal here.
The heart of a hero beats within your breast.
Alright, I mean this is good for them to stave off lethal, but we're still going to have plenty of pressure, and we can try to Dance the Manse twice, and with the tax from ECD, there's no way they should be able to stop that. Let's go for 4. Alright. Negates, disputes, Shark Typhoons, Bloodchief's Thirst, Cling to Dust. Sometimes I consider Shatter. Let's see. No Birth of Meletis. Trim some Omen of the Suns. Cut the ECDs. Two more cards. Dream Trawler, again, very difficult to resolve, especially that it has blue in its mana cost. Gets hit by Dispute. I always get a little hung up on this last card. Maybe one Charming Prince. Scry's pretty bad. Makes it only good specifically looping Yorion. I like having some flash things, not only to flash in some blockers for like the Thieves Guild Enforcer, but also to keep a Doom Foretold going. Just seems a little hard to resolve and keep Archon. And Shatter can be a little bit of a liability because they do have Agadim's Awakening plus Lurrus, and often they can get a creature up to 4 power with the Soaring Thought Thief. So I think I'm just running it like this. Lots of cheap interaction. And Shark Typhoons. Yeah, this is good. Alright, well, our Scry is useless. Let's try to put enchantments or Elspeth on top, and the Dance of the Manse on the bottom. Alright, well, maybe not useless. Save that one. Alright, double rune grab into Fabled Passage. Pretty crazy start. Hopefully we can force this Extinction Event. Man, they hit another one of our Dance of the Manses. Let's go Golden Egg here, I believe. Try to keep hitting our land drops. Maybe they'll hit Elspeth, that would be nice. Or even Cling to Dust. They've already got all their rogue things turned on. We got 12 cards in our yard up when they untapped for turn 3. Alright, Dispute's a good one. I think I am just gonna go Scry here. It means we're not Omening of the Sun, but oh, Apparition is good, but they're gonna mill it. So we should bottom it, I guess. There's a super small chance they don't mill us, but yeah, let's just bottom it. Oh, those are all odd creatures. We're most likely to not Extinction Event this turn. Ooh, do we just dispute the Thought Thief? That does speed up the clock quite a bit. Yeah. Maybe now we are just trying to Extinction Event on odd. Clears their whole board. Alright, well, there's our window. They can play out Lurrus next turn. We'll be able to get back Thought Thief the turn after, and that's it. I mean, the alternative would be to do something like Solemn Simulacrum here. Try to pick off the Lurrus with the Extinction Event. Seems a tiny bit greedy. Does give us a lot of mana. We have 48 cards left, so not milling us out that quickly. Actually, this is fine, because we can Extinction Event when the gate back up. Grab another blue source. So we have lots of blue already. Grab the swamp. Okay, 41 cards left. So they would need double counter spell to stop us from Extinction Eventing. Which I guess is possible now that they have their second blue source. They didn't have that a turn before, which was part of my decision making. Bloodchief's Nurse is nice. Kind of like having negate up for an Into the Story. We still have 34 cards left. Could just go for a Bloodchief's Nurse on a Rune Crab to slow them down. Shark Typhoon. Just want to slow down some of their milling. I'm not going to grab Yorion here because I Gonna likely want to either play out Omen of the Sun or cycle the Shark Typhoon. Okay. We can cycle Shark Typhoon for 3 to jump in front of the Thought Thief. Does leave us vulnerable to an Into the Story. But if they do that, at least we can clear their board. Now we're at 27 cards, so we do have to start being a little bit cautious about our library. And this again puts us in a position where an Extinction Event would allow us to clear their whole board. If they have Drown in the Lock, they might have been considering killing the shark there. We can go Lurrus, replay Thought Thief, but then we get him pretty good with his Extinction Event. Dance of the Manse is a good one. Five cards. Only have at most 2 counter spells here. I think we can be a little bit more patient on this Dance of the Manse. Start pressuring them in the air with the shark. Grab Yorion, we'll flash in the Omen of the Sun end of turn. Alright, so now I feel like they're likely to go for this Lurrus line. Draw a card. That's fair. Actually, kind of glad they did that. That's one less thing they can pick off when we go for Dance of the Manse. Right, we're currently winning on the board, so I should keep that in mind. Tempted to main phase Omen Yorion. Force them to counter. And then again, we do have the Extinction Event play or Dance of the Manse. Could go for Extinction Event now. Plus Omen. Really would like to find Lurrus with it though. I don't have that much to buy back with Lurrus. I'm just gonna force them to counter this. And then we have 2 high impact spells, plus we're ahead on the board. I want to put them in a position where they have no defenses left, so they feel obligated to run Lurrus out. Okay. Hagra Mauling is pretty nice. So I can go for Extinction Event odd, attack with everybody. They flash in a Thought Thief. They can eat the Solemn, but we draw a card and we still get in for 5. With Hagra Mauling to hit Lurrus. Aghanim Awakening, not super scary. They just have Thought Thief in the bin. Alright, well, they can have Didn't Say Please up. Wonder if I should scry here. Try to find a counter spell. Mystical Dispute would be ideal. There it is. So now we get to Dance of the Manse with Dispute backup. So we can do it for 4. Can't do it for 6, but that's okay. Doom Foretold, Doom Foretold. Doom Foretold, Treacherous Blessing. I mean, yeah, if they have Dispute here, they get us. To run out one of the Maulings. Have a backup one. Maximize our mana for next turn. All 3 of their cards go in the bin. I guess they can, yeah, they can use Cling to Dust to draw an additional card. Oh, into the story, okay. This is still fine for us. We're going to be killing them on the board with the 2/2s. There's no way out for them at this point. I wonder if they're thinking about flashing something in to sacrifice to Doom Foretold. But again, we still have the 2/2s on the board. They pitch something, they can play out Lurrus, we have answers to that. And we'd have 3 2/2s, so we'd be able to just attack through it anyway. Guess they're, from their perspective, an out would be like land Extinction Event. But we know we have Doom Foretold to follow up with. Alright. No companions, so they're probably aggressive. I do have Omen, a couple scries to find some anti-aggro stuff. ECD is not at its best, but I think this is just good enough that we can keep it. Castle Locked In was a really big surprise there. Could be mono black. Solemn too slow. I think it is. I think I need to find like Glass Caskets, Apparitions, those type of cards. Right, there's the apparition. Could run out the Scry, guaranteeing we have apparition up for next turn. Oh, this is blue-black control, it looks like. Interesting. So Solemn would have actually been good there. They don't have a tome, which is what I'd like to hit with the apparition. So based on that, I'm actually going to go Swamp and Omen of the Sea end of turn. Okay, I was wrong multiple times. It is actually Rogues with no Lurrus. So the Scry would have been better, being able to hit the Thought Thief with Apparition. Alright, they're stuck on 2 lands. Definitely want Glass Casket. So we just go Glass Casket, Scry. I recognize that if this doesn't resolve, our Scryed card is going to be milled. Even if it does, there's a reasonable chance they find another way to mill us. So, they're on Thought Thieves and nothing else. Play a land to get Apparition down. Next turn we can go for Treacherous Blessing. So they turn on Into the Story and Gargoyle this turn, 1 away from the other rogue benefits. Could just run out Yorion. Go Treacherous Blessing. I think I like Treacherous Blessing, honestly. Yorion seems fairly likely to be countered. Treacherous Blessing does not get hit by a Mystical Dispute, just because there's a ton of cards in hand. Their life total's fine. History Out of the Lock does hit this. So it could have been correct to use our mana more efficiently, run out the Yorion, next turn maybe double spell Omen plus Treacherous Blessing. Alright, well I've learned from my mistakes. We're going to go for efficient mana use. And then next turn, if we hit an untapped land, we can go Omen plus Apparition. This will also tax them, threatens to get back something from our yard. Oh, they hit a Dance of the Manse. And they are threatening 6 damage now, so really hope we find that untapped land. Apparition away the Thought Thief. Try to block the Enforcer. Because now our life total is under pressure. Alternatively, we could play out Elspeth, create some blockers on the ground. finally found a land. Is bolting crazy? Yes, it is, because we don't have a good double spell turn anymore. We run out ECD, try to tax them again. Next turn, potentially, we could Omen plus Elspeth. And again, this does threaten to get something back from our yard. We're also, they don't know this, but we can blink it next turn. Wonder if they have another borrower. They're just planning on bouncing something. If they bounce the apparition, they could hit us for 5. Eliminate, okay. Alright, so safest play would be Elspeth. Because if we go for Dance of the Manse and they have a mystical dispute, they could actually cast it. Same thing with Yorion. Also just Omen of the Sun, create some blockers, starting to blink that next turn. I think we're going Elspeth, uses our mana best.
To me.
They're still being taxed, so they can't like double eliminate or anything. ECD goes off, we can get back Apparition. I'm just killing the Enforcer here. We'll go to 2. Although if ECD is going to go off and we're getting Apparition back, that doesn't make sense. If we choose to get back Charming Prince, however, this does make sense. And I'm going to go for the Charming Prince play. Set up some Yorion loops. Buffer our life total. Still no good double spells, but we could Omen plus grab Yorion.
Courage will bloom in all who seek justice.
I worry that if we go for Yorion, it's getting countered here. Could run an ECD out again. Keep trying to tax their mana. Doesn't allow us to double spell. I think that's okay. So there's the dispute. So now we're clearing the way for potential Dance of the Manse or Yorion. And they are behind on the board, so they can't just sit back on counter spells forever. So this turn they could be planning to bring in the Brazen Borrower. Go for Yorion now. Do I go for Omen now? Yorion afterward. 4 cards in hand. I think this is the play. They don't know about the Yorion in hand. Alright, so let's go for the Yorion. It is likely to get countered. We can then pump things with Elspeth and threaten to bring back Elspeth next turn. This means they're not flashing in the Brazen Borrower if they counter it. Alright. Let's go like this. Swing with everybody.
Find your valor and fight.
And now we do have recursion with Elspeth, so they can keep countering that every turn, but we're still bashing them down on the board. And I'm going to try not to go for the Dance of the Manse unless I'm pretty sure it's going to resolve. So yeah, let's just start emptying our graveyard a bit. I guess I could attack... No, I shouldn't attack first, because I want to pump stuff if this does resolve. Get rid of Extinction Event and a bunch of lands. And any turn they're countering, it means they're not into the storing or bringing back the Brazen Borrower to pressure our life total. Alright, so one thing we do need to be a little careful about is that they can't somehow cheese us out. Like, say they flash in Brazen Borrower. We're at 7, though. I don't see a way they kill us. Multiple Thought Thieves don't do it. It'd have to be Brazen Borrower into double Thought Thief. Even that doesn't do it. They're like just really pressuring the opponent's life total. You can hold back a 1/1 in case they have like Thieves Guild Enforcer. Doesn't change the clock at all. So they go Borrower, Enforcer here. We can block the Enforcer. Do you want that? Alright, just into the story. That's really good for us because we're so far ahead on the board. Them not adding to their board that turn is big. Alright, they do get to hit our Dance of the Manse, sadly.
Find your valor and fight.
We swing with everybody. We swing with just these three. We're threatening lethal, but they could kill one. If we swing with everybody and they kill one, it's still not lethal, so let's just do these three. Does break up our Yorion loop, but that's not super necessary, and they still have to kill one of our 3/2s. It feels good to get them to use a Drown in the Lock on a token. So we don't have to do anything here, but I don't really see the downside in running out this Yorion. If they counter it, they still have a lot to answer on the board, and it makes our Dance of the Manse more likely to resolve. So yeah, let's just go for this. Okay. Grab our second Yorion. We got 2 big spells for next turn as well. Yeah, so they're probably just dead here. We can make both attackers lethal. Alright. So against rogues without Lurrus, like Negate, Disputes. I do like Shark Typhoon. It gets a little trickier because they're very likely to have Zara-san, so this can be a bit of a liability. Just have to keep that in mind, really. Do you like Cling? Do you like Bloodchief's Thirst? So Brazen Borrower, Zarasan, that type of stuff, gotta keep in mind. It's also a little bit worse with the Brazen Borrowers because they can bounce the token. So I could actually see only keeping in the 2 or not going so hard on the Shark Typhoons. I think Solemn is a little bit slow here. I think Dream Trawler is never resolving. ECD is better than it is in the other Rogues matches because they do have permanents that cost more, but not that many. So I can trim on ECD, but maybe not get rid of it altogether. Don't really like Birth of Meletis. Trim a Charming Prince. This feels pretty reasonable. Again, I'm really worried about getting Zarasan. So having Omen to flash in blockers is nice, and maybe not going up to the full 4 Shark Typhoons is correct. Archon seems a little slow. If we tap out on 4 and they just bounce it or kill it. Shatter also seems a little bit slow. They don't have Lurrus, so it gets better in that regard. I'm certain they have Aghanim's Awakenings though. Oh, you know what? They're playing Shark Typhoon. I don't think they're planning on hard casting it against us, though. Even if they do, we have like ECD for it. I'm gonna run this configuration. Once we see a little bit more of their deck, we can maybe make some more changes. I'm gonna keep this. We do have the ability to Omen of the Sea, and Treacherous Blessing, although slow, is a really nice card advantage engine, so I think this is fine. Helps us keep pace with things like Into the Story. So now it's really interesting. Do I want to hold on to Hagra Mauling? Instant speed removal is at a premium. I think because we are short on lands, it makes sense to just get this down here. Now, depending on what they do on this turn, we can either Omen or Glass Casket. Alright, looks like an Omen turn. Yep, I'm okay with that. Now it feels like there's no way they can stop this. I know we're going to have to discard a card, but being able to sculpt our hand a little bit feels really strong. Our life total is not currently under pressure. I guess they could have negate. Perfect card to discard there. Alright, so now every mill that they are able to enact, they're fueling up our Elspeth. Bolt Elspeth's Nightmare with Dispute backup. Get to pick apart their hand a bit. Not how I want you to tap. And they don't have Into the Story graveyard synergies yet, so we don't need this right now for Into the Story. Getting to see their hand and take a card out of it, to me, makes this very worthwhile. Not to mention, we're going to get rid of this Cling to Dust in their graveyard. Alright, let's see what they're working with. So there's the Zarasan. Take the Essence Scatter. They can flash Zarasan in here. I could run out a Chump Blocker. I could cycle Shark Typhoon, block Zarasan. Seems like the best play. Let's scry. Do you want the land? Yeah, we're just gonna cycle a shark, get a jump blocker, and then we can Extinction Event the Zarasan away. So they go to Thought Thief to try to ninjutsu Zarasan in. I would be able to put Elspeth into play, so I don't like that. I'm gonna have to attempt to block this Thought Thief. I could have cycled first, because I did want to draw that land. Gosh, if they do exactly a 2-mana removal spell here, that's rough. Alright, get rid of their graveyard. Good Glass Casket plus Omen of the Sun. Seems pretty good. Make sure that Zarasan gets blocked. Start attacking with the 2/2 because we are going to make blockers. Although, if they have a counter spell, that's really, really bad for us. And they are going to get to draw a card off of Castle Locthwain, so I think we're keeping the Shark back just in case they counter Omen of the Sun. Alternatively, I could have Omen right now. Maybe that would have been better. We get the 2 damage in. So there goes Zarasan. They're not going to get to Castle Locthwain. So when they Zarasan, we just play Omen, knowing that it's going to resolve. So I could have done this differently. I should have been able to get in for 2. Hopefully that's not the deciding factor in this game. Alright, so could go for Yorion here. Seems fine. Maybe I attack first with the Shark. They have a Shark Typhoon, they cycle to eat it, then we know Yorion's resolving. Yeah, that was a good use of their dispute. Okay. Can find just one more land. Then we get to start threatening Elspeth repeatedly each turn. Also, cutting into our graveyard. Okay, that's good. Get another blue source. So we can dance the Manse with Dispute back up at some point. Just gonna go for Elspeth. Interesting. I could just hit the Shark Typhoon, make it less dangerous to get hit by Zarasan. Doesn't really play to our Dance of the Manse, but we still have plenty of other stuff to get back with it. And it feels like that if anything can go wrong, it is that Zarasan puts Shark Typhoon into play on their side. I think I have to swing with the 2/2. Yes, they can put Elspeth's Nightmare into play if they spend a removal spell on the 1/1. But they are using the Castle Locthwain, so I do want to pressure their life total. If they're using the removal spell on the token, it's not the end of the world. guess I could just not play to this Dance of the Manse and keep all of our permanents out of the yard, although can't get rid of the Elspeth. So I'm one card shy of actually escaping Elspeth again. Grab Yorion, run out an Apparition. Could go Extinction Event Odd. Run out an Apparition as a blocker. Again, trying to pressure them with the Shark. I'm going to go Extinction Event first in case they have exactly Mystical Dispute. Okay. Let's run out Apparition as a chump block. Next turn we threaten to escape Elspeth again. I think pressuring their life total is still important. Now we're kind of shutting them off with Castle Lockthwain. They do put Elspeth into play. It would feel bad to have to Apparition our own Elspeth, but it is a potential play. Dance of the Manse has the highest upside. Also, biggest fail state though if it gets countered. I think I'm just turning off the threat of them Zarasaning.
Death itself cannot help my quest for justice. Together we can exact justice.
They have Brazen Borrower or a Shark Typhoon here. It's good for them. We do have the potential to get Yorion going next turn. So they found some stuff to do with Zarasan, but we got two blockers. Also, they're powering up our Dance of the Manse, ironically. So we're just gonna scry. They can't really take a counterspell because they're so far behind on the board. If they find double removal, we're still not dead because they are one away from the rogue bonus. They could lock us out of casting a spell though with that. Threatening lethal in the sky with the shark. Plan would be to just keep Elspeth alive here. Okay, everybody at us. I think I'll just block Zarasan plus the Field Enforcer. They could ninjutsu in another Zarasan, putting Omen of the Sun into play. Save their life total. Then we very likely get to Dance of the Manse. For golden egg, ECD, yeah, that would be solid. Another shark, so we're no longer threatening lethal. Draw a card, drop to 2. I thought thief. Okay. Now we know Dance of the Manse is resolving. So Bloodchief's Thirst. Make everything creatures. So what do we have? Doom Foretold, ECD, Omen. Yeah, let's just make everything creatures. And we do have some different converted mana costs as well, which is nice. Buffer our life total there. So we'll just grab an Extinction Event just in case. I don't know. Maybe that's not all that relevant. I think I want Counter Magic maybe instead. Bloodchief's Thirst and Apparition for whatever's hanging around. Glass Casket's fine. Just make some tokens.
I am proud of my comrades.
So I could have gained life there. But it doesn't feel like there's a way they kill us this turn. Gaining life would have been smarter though. Just buffer our life total. Don't need the extra 2/1/1s. So they get to mill us a little bit. Fine. Because we're 2 in the air. I think we just do this. Alright, and looks like we're getting there. Extinction Event would leave behind at least some things, with ECD and Omen being odd. Alright, good game, opponent. Alright. Again, no companion. My instinct is that they're aggressive. We do have Apparition and Doom Foretold, so although Dance of the Manse isn't great here, I think with the Scries this is good enough to keep. Key thing being that we have at least one piece of early interaction. Oh, maybe Rakdos Midrange. Omen of the Sun, good in that matchup. And it does help our Doom Foretold keep going. I think I do like this. Can set it up in such a way that we get Doom Foretold down and then are able to continue using it because of Omen. Just want to make sure we can Apparition next turn. Fine hitting another land drop. Apparition away the Channeler. Or Timuret Calls the Dead, even more impactful. This is a good metagame call because, as we've seen, there's a ton of Rogues decks in the tournament in general, and probably even higher in Day 2 in terms of proportion of decks. Alright, so no Croxa in the yard just yet. Small victory. We'll play this out on blue. Get rid of the Channeler. Likely okay trading with the Mire Triton, just because it's going to make our Doom Foretold even more effective. Okay. So they're definitely taking the aggressive part of this matchup, which makes sense, because we have a better late game. So I think we Fabled Passage, Doom Foretold, then Omen of the Sun, Golden Egg next turn. I'm just grabbing a white source here. Make sure I get my stop for the upkeep. And they think that from their perspective it looks okay to run out things because the Doom Foretold is going to be sacrificed to itself, but we know that's not the case. The fact they can double spell here is good for them. Slows down how effective our Doom Foretold is. But I think now this Dance of the Manse is starting to look better and better. Guess I can delay on our pathway, although almost certainly we want one of them on blue. Alright, Apparition's really nice because that's going to help us get our Doom Foretold going. We'll be double blocking to keep our life total high. Again, our late game is just much bigger than their late game, so the longer we can extend the game, the better. I'm glad they didn't do that pre-combat. Right, so here we are going to hit the Channeler, because when the Apparition goes away, we want to give them the smaller token. We'll also go grab Yorion. And keep thinning our deck. Grab an island here. If they do find Croxa, probably happy to pitch a land. They could Croxa plus escape if they have one more untapped land, and even still, we're in good shape. Alright, this does unfortunately get rid of our Doom Foretold, but we are going to be able to Dance of the Manse it back. The alternative is Yorion plus Egg, Dance for the Manse on 6 next turn. Making everything creatures. And then again, we're still protected from Croxa plus escape. The only thing that would get us is Agonizing Remorse in that case. So maybe that's greedy. Just do this on 4. Is that much better? Nah. If they have the Agonizing Remorse, we're still ahead on the board by quite a bit. They did find a Croxa to escape. Good news is, Timerac Calls the Dead will be going away to our Doom Foretold. Escape Croc, so we pitch Golden Egg. Should be good with all the other stuff. Alternatively, could ECD Timerac Calls the Dead. Then we deal with Croxa with the Doom Foretold coming back. They could also play out Murderous Rider, keeping Croxa around. I think this is fine. It's not quite as much value. I also want to sacrifice the egg to cast this. Alright. Oh, nice. Second Dance of the Manse, meaning that decision was not as important. Just pitch an egg to a Croxa here. Probably hard casting Shark Typhoon now. Attack with everybody first. I guess not everybody, just the 4/4s. They have no way to deal with the hard cast Shark Typhoon, so this is one of the few times where it's definitely correct to do this. Although, I say that, I could also just cycle for a huge shark and kill them next turn, so either way works. Yep, I like both of those. Funny enough, actually, cycling would have been better, so we could just dance the Manse back for free next turn. Let's just pitch an egg. Alright, so what do we have? We got Doom Foretold, a couple of eggs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Could attack with everybody. Sorry, with the 4/4s and the 2/2, then dance in the Manse. This makes an insanely large shark for us, and it gets us back whatever they choose to kill with Croxa. Also just ECD the Murderous Rider, leaving them with only Croxa, make a 5/5 shark. Yeah, actually this is better. Go Solemn plus ECD here. Oh, never mind, they're gonna jump block. Kind of glad they didn't, because I want to get the value from the ECD. You can throw away Dream Trawler to Croxa, planning to get it back in a couple turns. They escape it again this turn, they can. Let's just jump block. We do get our Dance of the Mans, but they are dead on the board. Alright, well, definitely like Cling to Dust. Bloodchief's Thirst also seems very good. I do like Heliod's Intervention because Timeric Calls the Dead is actually quite good. Plus gaining the life could be relevant. What the Archons? Shatter is also not bad. Shark Typhoon again, super hard for them to deal with if we ever resolve it, but it might be a little bit slow to bring in all 4 copies. Solemn is definitely slow. ECD hits Rankle, Timeric Calls the Dead, and Ox of Agonis. It's possible we want to trim down on this a little bit because they are lower to the ground deck in general. The more I think about Heliod's Intervention, it does seem very narrow. Really just gets the Timeric Calls the Dead. Birth of Meletis does help buffer our life total. Doesn't block Mire Triton that well with the wall. Could be a bit slow. Treacherous Blessing, probably unnecessary on the draw here. Could have Negate up. I think I just want more ways to clear their board. And then this Charming Prince is not all that important. We're going to be able to get enough value with Yorion anyway. Yeah, I guess we got multiple ways to deal with their graveyard and Elspeth's Nightmare plus Cling. Shark Typhoon can be good even though it's on the slow side. Let me keep maybe 1 and 1. Alright, a little bit slow, but again, Doom Foretold can do a lot of work. And we do have a Scry, so I don't think this is so slow that we can't keep it. Looking for like Glass Casket, Bloodchief's Thirst, even Omen of the Sea. There's the Channeler. Alright, this is good because now we can keep the Doom Foretold going. We got a Crocs in the yard. A little ways away from bringing it back still. Ooh, that's going to speed it up significantly though. Oh wow, that was a timely draw. Alright, so I want to do this at the end of their turn. I also do it in response to this. Let's see. I'm just going to play out a white source here. So I want to both Cling plus Omen of the Sea. There might... I kind of don't want to mess with the priority though. Yeah, I'm just going to do this now. There is going to be a time for me to do it based on the trigger, but the upside of waiting is much lower than the downside of messing it up. There's those Agonizing Remorses. So they actually, because they brought in all those non-creature spells though, they've been unable to get a zombie token off of this. It's possible they should have channelered in response to try to guarantee the token, but I don't think that's correct. I actually like that they're not attacking us because, again, our late game is just so much better. Definitely want the Extinction Event. If we do play out Doom Foretold, they just sack this, we get hit for 8. Then it keeps going and we can potentially Extinction Event away 2 creatures next turn. Feels correct. I think we can afford a hit for 8. We'll grab, I think, a plains here. This gives us the option as well to ECD Bone Crusher rather than Extinction Event, depending on what happens. Alright. It does put us in a bit of a spot. We're gonna have to Extinction Event on even, and then they'll sack the Bone Crusher. Weird to me that they chose discard unless they have a Kroxa. I'm just gonna pitch the Emeria's Call. Like the lands we can play untapped without taking any damage. Then again, I might cast this. What if I pitch Swamp? Nah, we're pretty far away from that. Get rid of the egg. Just go Extinction Event on even here. And let's just run out of Swamp. Yeah, so they're kind of desperate to get our life total down to 0, but I think with Archon plus Doom Foretold, we should be good. So can Archon plus Glass Casket, Doom Foretold goes off. Seems really strong. Does leave us slightly vulnerable to a Kroxa. So an argument to be made for ECD instead, so we have an answer to Kroxa. Let's see. If we go Archon, Casket, they pitch a card. I'm going to play it a little bit on the safe side here. I think both plays are winning, but this means that we're not dead to potential Kroxa and attacking it into us a couple times. Also is a little bit of insurance for this Archon, that when we run it out, if they are able to kill it, it's coming back in a couple turns. Alright, let's just go here. We need to pick off the Casket if we don't Apparition. If we do, just Apparition. Yeah, I'm just doing everything I can to play around Kroxa. Here they don't have a land and a Kroxa to bring it back with Escape. It also blocks Rankle nicely. Okay, fair. So we can grab Yorion, keep up both Cling plus Hagra Mauling. I'm just killing the channeler. Alright, that Shredded Sails was pretty timely. Go Birth of Meletis plus Yorion here. Again, because they don't have a land in hand, and they're only on 5 lands, they can't draw Kroxa and escape it. Just blink the Birth of Meletis. No need to give them a free 3/3. Scry here. You can set up a nice draw. Oh, that's a good one. With Cling to Dust. Actually play out that Doom Foretold, so we're going to do that now. Let's attack with both. And then we'll Cling to draw a card and play out Doom Foretold. Make sure it's tapping me properly. Just hit an Agonizing Remorse, I guess. I'll hit a Timeric Calls the Dead. Why not? We just want to be pitching things that we're not ever getting back with something like Dance of the Manse. And we'll just get rid of the egg because we don't have anything else to not get back. Alright, that gets rid of their last card. So they're in top deck mode. Alright, good match. Alright, no companion. We have Skyclave Apparition. The ability to cast it on turn 3. We're going to keep. The one slightly tricky thing is that Dance of Manse is kind of a mulligan. We probably can't guarantee this on turn 3 because we're going to need to fetch a blue source. But still good enough. It could just be Rogues with no Lurrus. It's Rogues with no Lurrus. What? Okay. Opponent is on some spice. I like it. Still gotta grab blue here. Try to find a second white source off of the Omens of the Sea. We definitely have more ways to answer this than most decks, so I feel good about that. Cool deck. Alright. Gotta bolt ourselves here. The question is, do I want the second land? Don't hate it. And again, Solemn will get us up to 6. I think we just want this one. Because our life total is going to be under some pressure. Alright. Could then Apparition also the Thieving Skydiver. Shade to deal with that permanently. think I like Solemn giving me a chance to double spell next turn. Block the Skyclave Shade. Going to 9 here off of the 2 flying attackers. I don't know why. I was thinking about playing the Skyclave Shade, that's why I was clicking the... Sorry, Skyclave Apparition. Alright, what do we want here? Another blue source. Get a 1/1 off that. Just gonna block the shade, force them to replay it, I think. Could then apparition away the Skydiver, block the shade again with the apparition. Ideally we're finding just an Extinction Event, solving all of our troubles. No such luck. Wow. This week back.
Stay one step ahead of them. Where's the next puzzle?
Draw whatever they just put on top.
Oh, this is
So they drew a Roost of Drakes. So I think I can go for Omen first. And then Apparition plus Scry. Because if we do find Extinction Event, might still want to cast that. Is better though. Multiple Apparitions, okay. I'll take it. We're gonna get some nice card advantage off these Jaces, but we gotta protect our life. Birth of Meletis. Allows us to double spell with Apparition, makes a blocker, gains us some life back. I'll take it.
knowledge is a skeleton key.
So we're kind of stabilizing on the board. Might have to hit Roost of Drakes with an Apparition. Oralheim Chronicler. Can't quite kick it this turn. And that is unfortunately an odd costed spell, so Extinction Event does not clear the whole board anymore. Still pretty good though. Okay, so we could Apparition the Roost. I'm going to start with Omen of the Sea. And we could Birth of Meletis plus Apparition no matter what. Elspeth's Nightmare just better. Go Elspeth's Nightmare hitting Oralheim Chronicler. I think we have to hit the Roost. We'll try to trade with the Chronicler. They're going to be able to bounce something though. Alright, let's tap like this. Go get a Plains. Play this out. Apparition, the Roost of Drakes. We can bounce this one. We have a blocker at least. If they're able to draw away to get rid of our second blocker, we're dead here.
Now here's an interesting idea. Aha! Just what I was looking for.
Yeah, they found it. Double into the Royal is lethal. Good game, cool deck. Alright. Definitely want negate and disputes. Let's see. Bloodshield's Thirst seems decent. Want Heliod's Intervention for sure. Archon to gain some life. Shatter to clear the tokens. Shark Typhoon's not great. It's slow and they can bounce the token. Does give us some flying blockers at least. Got a lot of cards to cut. Simulacrum's too slow. Sherman Dance of the Manse also seems slow. Got the Birth of Meletis. Got the Charming Princes. Let me trim an ECD. A lot of their stuff is cheap. Trim one Shark Typhoon. I think I like this. Alright, this is a really, really good start against this deck. Get rid of an early creature, and we have Doom Foretold to start cleaning up enchantments or planeswalkers. Do have the turn one Roost again, unfortunately. Just get a bunch of white sources down. Glass Casket plus Yorion does a nice job with the tokens as well. End of turn, flash in Omen of the Sun, and then go Doom Foretold into something else. Next turn we can potentially Glass Casket plus Yorion, or we can ECD. Well, only good news is that Doom Foretold is going to start getting rid of one of those roosts. Start with Egg and then go Glass Casket, I think. Alternatively, could Glass Casket grab Yorion, bounce Glass Casket next turn. Although we have to sack something to Doom Foretold, so yeah, let's do it this way. Gonna grab another blue source. least they're not cranking out a million 2/2 flyers. In 2 turns, we could have Yorion as a blocker. Wow. This is a powerful combo.
Better tomorrow than you were today. I can't resist a good riddle.
Can ECD away the real one. And then they're forced to sacrifice the Roost of Drakes. Our life total is still okay. We're going to drop to 16 here. On the board, they're threatening to put us to 10 the turn after.
At least I look like I know what I'm doing.
Alright, let's get rid of Golden Egg. Okay, so we can Apparition Jace, grab Yorion, next turn ECD. Seems good. Then we can bounce the ECD with Yorion in a pinch. Actually, I should Apparition the Roost of Drakes, so when they kill Apparition, they only get a 1/1 instead of a 3/3. This is a token, so they can't choose to sack that to Doom Foretold. I can kill the token here, actually.
I need a better solution.
All right, making progress. If they don't play another creature, we could sack Glass Casket, ECD, Coralheim Chronicler. Next turn, bounce, ECD. Dropping to 10 based on what we see. Can't do this for 0, and they can't steal the casket this turn. If I were to sack Apparition, that would leave casket for me to bounce with Yorion. Do you have a blocker for this 1/1? They could then steal the casket with Thieving Skydiver. I think we're just getting rid of that for that purpose. Don't want to be vulnerable to the extra value off of the Skydiver. Could just Yorion this turn, getting rid of the Chronicler, because we have Flying Blocker. I think I like this. Just attack with the Apparition. I don't know if leaving the 1/1 back does much. I don't know if they have any flash creatures that would get in on the ground. I think we're just pressuring. We're going to get a 2/2 most likely. Get into the Royal away Doom Foretold. So keeping the 1/1 back. If they do kill the Apparition, we would have had a blocker there. Alright, we needed this to go off. We need that life bonus. Can egg plus Yorion next turn. If they have a way to kill Yorion or bounce it, still dead. Rooster Drakes. Yeah, this is rough. So now they can play the Skydiver. They have 10, 12 power in the air. Can Glass Casket, a 2/2, play Yorion, bounce Glass Casket, get another 2/2. Then block a 2/2. We're still exactly dead though. Can Glass Casket, egg, Doom Foretold, sack egg. I don't think that works though. We lead with egg. See if we hit Extinction Event or Shatter. Now we don't have enough mana to actually pull that off. Bloodchief's Thirst doesn't do it. I can try to find a land, sacrifice the egg, gets us up to 9, but they have 10 in the air. I think we're just dead. Oh, Archon would have been a good one. Maybe they'll make a mistake. Alright, good game, cool deck. Alright, Yorion Mirror, we've got Treacherous Blessing and Doom Foretold. Doom Foretold is not great in the mirror, but Treacherous Blessing and Dance the Manse are both excellent. I just want to keep 7 cards as well, because resources are so important. Looks like it could be Esper. Alright, definitely a more hand disruptive and maybe counter magic slanted build. Yeah, I have to take the Treacherous Blessing, it's just too many cards. Good news is the game is very likely to go long, so these Dance and the Manses are a big threat. So far they only have black mana? There's a real cost to including Crawling Barrens in a potentially 3-color deck. I'm just taking another blue here. Double black gets us Hagra Mauling. Double blue, Dream Trawler down the line. So they're just going to try to draw a card off their Cling, try to get their second color or third color potentially. Alright. Yeah, that solves pretty much all their problems because it both fixes their mana and helps them draw a card. So maybe Abzan Yorion. We are struggling to hit our 4th land. Guess an Apparition can go. We're really far from casting that. They're just playing every color. Feels tough to come back from this spot. So I get to bounce Simulacrum plus Golden Egg here. We could Charming Prince and Scry. We're just so far behind on mana now. Alright, oh, finally found a 4th land. Maybe we can try to set up multiple land draws in a row and hope for the best. Is it worth it to get the Charming Prince down? We lose our fixing. We know we're drawing land anyway. Saves us 2 damage though. Makes Doom Foretold a little worse. Maybe we can set an untapped land up on top of the temple. What does this see? So next turn we play a tapped land, maybe Doom Foretold. Then we get to Omen into another land. Okay. I'm just going for the aggro plan here. Drop us to 10. Could... Yeah, we're kind of locked into this Doom Foretold plan now. So we're effectively dropping to 4. Oh, and they're crawling Barrens. Yeah, I think we're just too far behind. It's kind of a strange Yorion control deck. So if we Doom Foretold, sack Golden Egg, activate Barrens, and we die. Don't really have any alternatives, so let's make them at least do it. At this point, that's not good enough. Yeah, they see it. They see it. Alright. Tough one there. Screen negates and disputes, Shark Typhoons. Didn't actually see a lot of things that Heliod's Intervention would hit. They just seem like a control deck that's kind of using Yorion for extra value. Birth of Meletis. Apparition seems less important, although if they have Tome, this is really important. Trim a Charming Prince, get rid of these Glass Caskets. Trim some Omen of the Sun. Bring an Archon, maybe? Try to punish them for getting rid of too much removal. I do want Cling. Yeah, this seems good. Alright, well, if they don't hit our Shark Typhoon, we can at least cycle that for a 4th land. Gonna run out Elspeth Nightmare here. Pick something off from their hand. This is a wild deck. Alright, let's see what they're up to. Just a bunch of Extinction Events and Gnashing. Well, these are terrible against us, but it makes me think I'm going to bring out... I'm going to cut the Archon game 3. We'll just hit the Ashiok here. Weird that they wouldn't have grabbed Yorion there. I guess they would have had to discard though. Still seems good to get Yorion in hand, pitch an extra Extinction Event. I think we just run out Hagra Mauling as a land, keep hitting our land drops. Then we could Nightmare with Dispute up to stop their Yorion. Need to pick off another card from their hand. Could also grab our Yorion with Dispute up. Start out by attacking. Could do nothing, cycle a 2/2 Shark. Yeah, let's just keep all our options open. Alright. Could let this resolve. Elspeth's Nightmare the token. Attack it. To use it one more time. I'm trying to think so. If we make a 2/2 Shark, put it to 1, they get to make one more token off it before we kill it. Let's go. Have your Ashiok.
There is little as exquisite. Terror lurks among us.
if they were to Extinction Event here, they'd be able to protect Ashiok. So I kind of like keeping up Dispute to stop that. Obviously, if their plan is just to Yorion, then we have Dispute. We could get greedy and go Charming Prince, counter the Yorion. I just don't want to give them the opportunity to keep the Ashiok alive. Once we fight through all the Extinction Events, we can stick a Dream Trawler. So I can make a token, I get to kill Ashiok. Oh, actually, I have to hit it a couple more times. Into the story. What is going on here? Into the story seems very dangerous for us to allow to stick around. At least if they're Extinction Eventing on even, they have to kill their own tokens. Just lead off with this. Doom Foretold deals with the Ashiok. I also want to draw that ECD for next turn. Swing the opponent. Oh, they get to exile our ECD. That's unfortunate. They may decide they need to keep it back as a blocker? Probably not, though. Good news is that we've kind of forced them to Extinction Event, I think. I care about them getting rid of their graveyard? I don't believe so. I'd rather have Omen of the Sea stick around. This does get rid of their Cling to Dust, though. Alright. Shark Typhoon with a great draw. Activate a Crawling Barrens if they want to block with 2/2, that's fine. I think we're just end of turn cycling the Shark Typhoon, try to kill them in the air. Probably play out Yorion next turn. Shark Typhoon doesn't actually get through the Yorion. So an alternative would be to go Charming Prince plus grab our Yorion. Also hardcast Shark Typhoon. Don't have a counter spell. They're not playing Elspeth Conquers Death. We just don't have a way to trigger it right away. Just want to make it bigger than Yorion though, so cycling it for a 4/4 doesn't do all that much. Scrying is bad with the 2/3. Just try to incentivize them to attack, I guess. So I want both of these cards. They're almost certainly going to attack and Extinction Event. So I think I'm just going to put them both on the bottom. Oh, I wish I left a black source open. Just double block here. I mean, there's a lot for them to deal with. Obviously, them getting to take our Shark Typhoon isn't great, but yeah, they're not coming back from that. Alright, so with all the extinction events, Archon does seem worse. Although I don't know, maybe we want a Blood Chief there. Just a direct way to deal with their Ashiok. Could see one less extinction event maybe, keeping one Archon. So I think this looks pretty solid. I do like having the one Charming Prince to loop Yorion with. Yeah, let's run it like this. Alright, well, too short on lands here. Let's mulligan. I mean, this is not great, but better than I think a random 5. Don't want to fall too far behind on resources. I'm just putting the Fabled Passage back, I guess. Black, blue, white. So let's put Dance of the Manse back. We just don't have anything to do with that right now. Alright, happy to have the golden egg. Go grab a black source off of the Fabled Passage. Alright, well, they can hit our egg. At least we're not missing land drops. Alright. Gonna delay our pathway choices for as long as possible. Oh man. I think the dust is quite good there. Probably go white here and then blue there. It does mean we're not casting Hagra Mauling anytime soon. We'll likely just run out Elspeth's Nightmare, get rid of their Cling to Dust, also get a peek at their hand. Could go blue here. This lets me have the option of Hagra Mauling next turn if I definitely need to. Alright. Yeah, Cling to Dust is a nice long-term advantage for them. Solemn was a good one. We can go white. Actually, yeah, we have to go white here. Go grab a blue. Gets us close to Dream Trawler. Kind of helped us unmulligan a little bit. Swing in with Solemn, play out Doom Foretold. Hagra Mauling is interesting. I think I'm going to run it out, threaten Dream Trawler. Does mean that Crawling Barrens starts to be a bit of a threat, but if they're tapping out to activate the Barrens multiple times, that means they're not doing anything else with their mana. It's a nice little tempo swing as well. They know about Dream Trawler. I could attack with both, incentivize them to block with Crawling Barrens, and then just Blood Chief's Thirst it. That would be a really nice tempo swing again for us. They'd be losing a land in a whole turn. Not to mention that we could then resolve a Dream Trawler. Go for Yorion here. It protects us a little bit from an Extinction Event because we'd have an odd costed creature. Also would rather get this disputed than Dream Trawler. Could sit back and do nothing because we are ahead on the board, so I could grab Yorion. Force the opponent to respond. Try to play around Mystical Disputes. Activate the Barrens. I'm gonna push it. Having the backup Yorion means that fighting through a counterspell here, not the end of the world, helps us resolve Dream Trawler potentially. If this does resolve, we get to immediately ramp with the Solemn and force them to answer our board. I'm just gonna kill that. Let's draw a card. Okay. Still good pressure on the board. They can make a 4/4 Barrens. Looks like they're probably going to draw a card with Cling to Dust because they are behind pretty considerably now on the board. They've done a nice job of keeping us off of being able to dance to the Manse, but we have some other threats. And if we can ever incentivize them into blocking with the Barrens, that's really good for us just because we're going to be able to set them back a land and cause them to spend their whole turn doing that. Fae of Wishes. This is quite the deck. Epic Downfall hits Yorion. Alright, so now we just run out Dream Trawler. Plays into Extinction Event a little bit. But again, forces them to have an answer this turn. Alternative would be Solemn plus Apparition. I'm just running this out while I know they can't counter it. Wow. Alright, at least we have Bloodchief's Thirst to kill Ugin.
I come bearing the wisdom of the ancients.
Did not expect that. I guess Solemn would have played around that a little bit. Could Solemn plus Egg? Seems greedy. Just lead with Egg here. Exactly 6 mana. I mean, this is going to kill Ugin anyway. They could hit our Solemn with it. Get to ramp and draw a card there. Danger is that they find a counterspell to keep Ugin alive. I think I like playing for some card advantage and pressuring them on the board a little bit more. So they have to plus it on Solemn here. Feels like blue is a very minor splash for them.
Not ignore my draconic talents.
Solemn of their own. We get to apparition away that Solemn. Wow, double Solemn, okay. Alright, so let's kill Ugin here. Take out one of their Solemns.
Endings are inevitable.
Scry. Alright, that's a great one. See if we can navigate to like a one-shot kill with that Shark Typhoon. We're gonna be able to make a 9/9. So if they attack with Solemn here and they give us the opportunity to attack in with Skyclave. I'd love to see them just get really aggressive with this Crawling Barrens. Alright, gonna go grab something else with Fae of Wishes. Hope it's a counterspell. Dead Weight. Okay. I mean, it does make good use of their turn. Yeah, just getting really aggressive. Hold off on gaining the life, I think. Potentially bouncing that with Yorion. Let's see. That is for 6. We go down to 16. Next turn, I guess for at least 6. Potentially for 8 more. Still surviving there. Buffer our life total might be necessary though. Does make our Yorion worse. Alright, so we could grab and play Yorion. Or we could just cycle a giant Shark Typhoon. I think I like cycling the Shark Typhoon. We could jump in front of the Crawling Barrens if they attack with it. They are threatening to start playing out Fae of Wishes, discarding cards, casting Granted again. But that's just takes so much time. When you don't have Lucky Clover, Fae of Wishes is not super overwhelming. They don't have enough to recast the Cling to Dust. One of the upsides of doing the Yorion play was they were tapped out, so we would have guaranteed it resolved. Time not going to be a factor. We both have 14 minutes left. We're ready in game 3. Looks like they are going to go for Granted here. I wonder how many Ugins they even have in their sideboard. I think I'm just killing this 4/4. Let's see, it does give them more information. Pitch this, play Granted, find Heartless Act. Let's see. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this still sets them back so much. Let's see, so we have 4 on the bottom and then 7 on the top. So 9, 9. Extinction Event gives us an opportunity to clear the board if we need to. Again, even if they do this whole thing, find Heartless Act, we then get Yorion out there, and we get to bounce the Golden Egg. So it feels like giving them the information was worth keeping our life total up high. We present another huge threat that they're going to have to deal with. Blood Chiefs are the same thing. So we could Yorion, use our mana better, and if we hit an untapped land, we get to... Oh, we won't get to Elspeth this turn. I think this is still better. The alternative would have been to Elspeth there, but... Oh, Mystical Dispute's a nice one. I guess at this point it's not super effective. Alright, if they want to go all in with the Crawling Barrens, we just sacrifice a Golden Egg, and then we have Elspeth's Nemesis to hold it off for the rest of the game. Elspeth's son's Nemesis, that is. So looks like they're going to draw a card with this Cling to Dust. I don't know, they're just going for it. Okay. They're gonna make a flying blocker. I think we are just gaining the life. Maybe we find Dance of the Manse. And there it is, and they can't do much about it. They can Cling to Dust, one of the things that we're getting back. We can actually set it up so we can dispute the Cling to Dust. So what do we want to do this for? 4? I do for 6. They hit Shark Typhoon with Cling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh yeah, we can do everything. This is great. Double checking my math, looks good. dispute this Cling to Dust, and we are in great shape. I mean, it seems like their only option is to try to Cling the Shark Typhoon. Grab a bunch of lands here. Because I could have attacked with Yorion first. I don't know that that really mattered. But I should have done that to give them a little bit less information. Extinction Event would leave us with only Yorion. That would be probably their best top deck. Even then, we could Elspeth pump Yorion for lethal. I guess they could Extinction Event and play out the Fey of Wishes. Yeah, Cultivate does not do it. Intense match. Go ahead and grab any land here. So, good Extinction Event plus Elspeth's Nemesis for victory. I think we're just going to Apparition away the Simulacrum so they don't have enough blockers. And then Elspeth Sun's Nemesis. That should be enough anyway, right? So they'll have 3 blockers. We'd have 5 attackers, and they can't Cling to Dust. Both lines win. This one just is riskier if I'm wrong about it. So they don't have enough to activate both Crawling Barons to block. I don't think it really matters too much.
You are braver than you know.
Alright, good match. Alright, it is Rogues. ECD is not great. We do have Omen of the Sea. And Charming Prince. The Scry on Charming Prince is not particularly good. ECD doesn't hit anything. So is it better to mulligan here? It's really close. I think I am going to keep this just based on the strength of Omen of the Sea, helping me find something early. And also having more cards to fight through early counter magic seems important. Play out our white source. Alright, no turn 1 crab, so we got that going for us. Kind of like getting Charming Prince down. It can block a Thieves Guild Enforcer. We are going to scry, even though there is a small chance that we don't get to draw those cards. Actually, don't want either of those lands. Nice thing about getting Prince down too is we do start to pressure their board a little bit. Okay, so they have the answer to it. Meaning that they can't just constantly sit back on counter spells. Go for Omen of the Sea at the end of the opponent's turn. The alternative would be to grab Yorion. That does use our mana most effectively. I think I like that actually. Next turn we could go for Solemn. ECD at least is able to hit a Lurrus. Go for double blue here. So Solemn is pretty likely to be countered. We only have 1 card in our yard though, so it means that Drown in the Loch does not get it. I'll run out. Again, artifacts and enchantments, a little bit less afraid to have countered because ultimately we're trying to dance the Manse then back on a key turn. Man, ramping here is huge. Just grab another white source. So when Rogues doesn't get early pressure, the deck is much less scary. They also haven't been able to turn on their rogue benefit, so Into the Story is currently the full cost. Alright. Could kill that with a cycled Shark Typhoon. Could just hardcast Shark Typhoon here. Seems very strong. Let's play our land first. It's a key turn, so I'm just going to think for a second. Yeah, they have no way to deal with a Resolve Shark Typhoon. Tons of things we can cast. Turns on their rogue benefits. So I think we go for Extinction Event on even. And then Omen of the Sea afterward. Alternatively, I could just try to make a bunch of blockers. Their last card is Drown in the Loch. They counter Extinction Event. We're getting hit for 9, but we have a 4/4 blocker actually. Could lead with Omen of the Sea. Seems worse. Alright, let's just do this. To make another 2/2 shark blocker as well if this doesn't work. They sack Wind Robber in response. That indicates that they don't have a counterspell currently. I think I'll just Omen of the Sea end of their turn. They will get to Lurrus, play out Wind Robber, but then we can Elspeth Conquers Death away the Lurrus. Yeah, Wind Robber is the only creature they currently have to get back. This does allow them to draw an additional card, but with Shark Typhoon out here, we should be able to overcome that. Alright, Into the Story is a good one. Does refill their hand. I think I'm going to go Omen of the Sea in response. Get rid of Birth and keep Hagra Mauling. Could keep both. Make sure we hit our land drop. Yeah, that's fine. Makes another shark. Guarantees our land. They mill Hagra Mauling, it's not the end of the world. Let's go ahead and attack. Probably just going Omen and Omen. Could do one now in case we find Doom Foretold. Yeah, these are all excellent. Probably draw them in this order. And then we'll keep up Hagra Mauling plus Omen of the Sun. That way if they had a counterspell, they're not getting to use their mana effectively. If they play out a creature here, we can Mauling it. That's okay. The Solemn Simulacrum ramping us was really clutch. Okay. I think with this on the stack, I'm going to go Hagra Mauling. If they have a counterspell, it means that we're likely to resolve ECD and or Elspeth's Nightmare. Alright. We're in a good spot. Go ahead and get rid of Lurrus. And we'll also get rid of Wind Robber and threaten to clear their graveyard and pick something off out of their hand and just attack them with a bunch of flying sharks. Got the answer for that, thankfully. And even if we didn't, again, the value from Shark Typhoon is just insane. Can pick off a counterspell and then Glass Casket, swing for lethal. Guess they could Cling to Dust a creature to give themselves one more turn, although they're going to get taxed by ECD, so they would have to do it right now. Bloodchief's Thirst, Dogdeem's Awakening, doesn't really matter. Alright. Let's go with Negates, Disputes, Shark Typhoons, Bloodchief's Thirst, Cling to Dust. Probably leaving these in the board. Dream Trawler, too hard to resolve. ECD doesn't hit anything here, other than Lurrus. Simulacrum's a bit slow. 3 more cards to cut. Birth of Meletis, not super impactful. One last card. Probably Charming Prince. I like all the flash stuff. And Dance of Manse is the most important card in the match, even though it's on the slower side. It is our way to set up that key turn, bringing back all the stuff that's been milled. And Treacherous Blessing, again, normally not good on the draw, but against rogues, we might need to keep up with their card advantage from things like Into the Story. So I do like having Blessing. Trying to consider if we do want a single Archon or a Shatter. Put one Shatter in. Then we can trim guess an Egg or an Omen. Trim one Omen. Don't want to miss land drops. I already cut the Birth of Meletis. Yeah, this is fine. Grab a blue source on turn 1. Oh, never mind. Found the blue source. Is there any reason to Fabled Passage here? Just helping us curve out? No. I want to have Dispute up, I think. I am going to go grab blue. They are unlikely to main phase something. And this just guarantees that we can curve out for a while. I play this out on black. I think they're going to Thought Thief us here. We are short white sources for Shatter. Do you think I want to play Omen of the Sea? I want to be able to Bloodchief's Thirst next turn. I'm not going to Omen now, I don't think. I don't care that much if they want to fight over it. Alright, so they're going to turn on their synergies. Now Shatter's looking a little bit more important. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, we're going to have to find some white sources. This is a pretty crazy start from the opponent. Neither of these are white sources, so I think we're just bottoming both. Okay, so we can Bloodchief's Thirst one of them. Scry, it's gonna get milled by Hagra Mauling. That doesn't give us out to Shatter though. Typhoon. I think I want this to get milled. It's not a white source, and if for some reason they don't mill us, we could cycle that for 2 and block one of the enforcers. They're gonna do quite a. Oh no, actually we can fight over this. This also prevents some damage from coming in. And then we can Doom Foretold, start getting rid of some of their stuff. That seems actually better than just cycling the Shark Typhoon, because they're not going to be able to counter it. I found the 4th Enforcer. Alright. Find a white source off the top. That would be great. Okay. Play this out tapped. Cycle the Shark Typhoon for 2. Leave that one on top as well. I got off to a crazy start this game. They're gonna mill us before. Oh no, they're just gonna kill us. Okay. Doom Foretold goes away. We can kill their last creature. Cannot afford to bolt and hardcast the Shark Typhoon. That would be pretty sweet. Oh man. Shatter on a single creature doesn't seem great, but it guarantees they have no more pressure. Shark Typhoon, if they kill the shark and have a way to counter Shatter, seems pretty unlikely. Just gonna cycle this for a 3/3. Feel like that puts us in the best position. Maybe not though. Just guarantee getting rid of their creature. That was close. I'm not sure. If they tap out, we can hard cast it though. As long as we have a way to trigger it next turn, like we find a black source. Alright. Hard cast. Then we can Golden Egg. Keep it going. Golden Egg into Hagra Mauling. Play one out, actually. maximize our lands. Yeah, this is good. Alright, let's start with the egg. Then we can not quite Doom Foretold plus Yorion. We just go for Doom Foretold. This is a 4/4 Shark. Okay. Probably have to earmark this one to try to take out a Lurrus. We got a couple blockers with the Thought Thief. I have to kill the 4/4 to make us chump. So don't have to chump. Just drop to 3 here. Seems okay. Don't think we need to sacrifice this egg. Would like to blink it with Yorion. Maybe that's greedy though. I think it's fine. Alright, so how do we lose? We lose if we go for Yorion. They're able to counter it. Because they have to have a counterspell for Yorion. Then they would have to be able to kill this shark. And they would have to have another Soaring Thought Thief. I guess they only need the second Soaring Thought Thief. So let's just wait a turn on the Yorion. We'll keep up Hagra Mauling. Maybe we're just killing Thought Thief now while they're tapped out. They're going to be able to start getting the Lurrus thing going. Gotta be mindful of that. Dance of the Manse would be great. Omen of the Sea also is good. Pretty much any non-creature spell. Elspeth would be phenomenal. Okay. Oh, they had a Dance of the Manse. Still gonna attempt to blink the egg. Go for this first. They know about Yorion, right? So they are unlikely to fight over this unless they don't have a way to counter Yorion somehow, but can counter this. We're looking for a mystical dispute here. Dance is really good. Let's draw that. So I think we're supposed to go for Yorion this turn and Dance next turn. Drown in the Loch, the Yorion. This at least... Oh, wow. Dispute. That hurts. We could have waited a turn to play around that. Alright. Well, maybe that makes it more likely Dance resolves. That was part of my reasoning, is that if they did have a counter spell, it makes it so that we're getting rid of it to force through this Dance. Now, I wasn't thinking specifically of Mystical Dispute, unfortunately. Alright, Elspeth's a good one. Do have the opportunity to go ahead and sacrifice the golden egg here. Buffer our life total. So how are we blocking? Because I could take out the Thought Thief, drop myself to 1. I think what we're doing is just blocking Thieves Guild Enforcer. Let's sack this. Keeping a 2/2 flyer. Double block here. Get Elspeth's Nightmare back, deal with that one. Eggs. Also gain life off of Elspeth. I'm gonna try to set up a potential double block next turn. So they chose not to grab Lurrus, indicating that they have a counterspell, or at least they want me to believe they do. Since they know about Elspeth, I feel like we should lead with Elspeth, and then we can Glass Casket. Let's just get rid of a bunch of lands. This does make a nice little flying shark. So there's the negate. But again, we get to Glass Casket one of the Thought Thieves. We've got some good blockers. Not attacking, because if they can kill the 4/4, I want to have a double block with the 2/2s. We're really turning the corner, because this Elspeth, they have to counter it every single turn. Alright, there's a third into the story, though. There's a way for them to keep up the pace. Rune Crab, we have 27, double Rune Crab, okay. Well, gotta hope they have no more counter magic, I think, because we have to go for Dance of the Manse. This is a very fast mill. Wow, we're down to 15 already. Cling to Dust. Ah, wow. So what do we do here? Love to find a counterspell. We've already used 2 of our Mystical Disputes and 1 negate. So we only have 1 more dispute. Unlikely to find it right now. I think I might just need to go for this Dance of the Manse. If I pay 6. Let me see, how many lands do I have? I have 6. Could just pay 4 to play around Mystical Dispute. Let's go. No, I don't want that one. Doom Foretold. Elspeth's Nightmare. Doom for. Ah! Maybe we do go for 6. Alright. Huge. Alright, which one is this footing? Okay. So then Doom Foretold makes them lose all the cards remaining in their hand. They can go grab Lurrus, play Lurrus, replay Rune Crab, but they should not be able to mill us out 14. Mystical Dispute? Close. Phew, what a match. Yeah, a lot of cards to play, but again, we got a pretty solid board state here. We'll just Apparition away their Lurrus. Swing with everybody. Good game. Wow, what a battle. What a battle. Alright, we'll play first. Yep, that's fine. We got Charming Prince to make sure we hit our land drops. Just gonna bolt myself Charming Prince. Solemn is excellent. Doom Foretold. I gotta put one of these back. I would love to ramp with Solemn though. So we can go Golden Egg with a Scry. Yeah, let's do it like this. So we actually Scry first, make sure we hit a land, and then Golden Egg. Maze Mind Tome, okay. We'll get the beatdown going with the Prince. Likely just Omen of the Sea next turn if we can't find a land off the top. Want to make sure we don't start missing land drops. Alright, that's cool. Go Birth of Meletis into Omen. Let's attack. And Solemn or ECD next turn. Go Omen on their end step, or could do it here, but I really don't care if they choose to fight over it, so do it with more information. Alright, so I've got to be mindful that they're likely going to be attempting to transmogrify or Luca a token into a Dream Trawler. That's just one thing I'm going to keep in mind. Definitely want Blessing. Don't think I want this Mauling, although maybe we do. So this turn we can go Solemn, and we hit a land drop off Mauling. Take the action. Got double black. We don't have double blue yet. Let's grab that. Want to make sure we're actually ramping with Solemn, so we're going to run out Mauling as land. And we're keeping pace with their tome shenanigans. Which attack with Solemn here. If they Omen of the Sun, so block, that would be fine. Life total doesn't feel super important. I think we go Treacherous Blessing first, then Elspeth's Nightmare. Could do it in the reverse order. I think it's Treacherous Blessing into Omen of the Sun, actually. It does feel like if they have a counter spell, they have to spend it here, and then they're not advancing their board. Okay. So maybe we just Omen, try to hit a land drop. Stay ahead of them on lands. Like both of those. Weird that they didn't draw. So you see the Solemn. We could now dance in the Manse though. Do I care to gain some life? I really want to hit a land off the top. Let's do this. Could ECD their ECD. And then we tax them next turn with ours. Alright. You have to reset the tone. That's why they weren't drawing with it. That makes sense. They're not going to be able to counter a dance in the Manse here. Get back Egg, Blessing, Birth of Meletis. Alternatively, we're one shy of grabbing Yorion and blinking it to kill their Yorion. It's unfortunate. Alright, let's do this for 3. Refill our hand. Then I can choose between Charming Prince or Elspeth's Nightmare. Alright, that was good. Let's go ahead, Fabled Passage. Guess we're grabbing a blue source here. Elspeth's Nightmare can threaten to pick something out of their hand. Charming Prince sets up a Yorion loop. Kind of want to see their hand next turn. It'll inform our decisions more. Fortunately, this ECD is going to go to the yard before we can blink it. So there's their Dream Trawler. We can make our own Dream Trawler here. Just have dueling trawlers. Could also find Extinction Event on even, a bunch of Amiria's Calls, and an Omen of the Sea. Could just hit the Amiria's Call. Alright, so play Fabled Passage. Just start setting up the Yorion loop. Grab this, blink everything. Next turn we can Charming Prince. They get to swing in with the Dream Trawler. I think I like this. Bin something. So what if we Dream Trawler here? Next turn we could potentially Yorion and loop it same turn. And right now, we don't need all these cards. We're gonna have to discard if we do that. Upside is it would reset the Elspeth's Nightmare. I think we're just doing it this way though. Good block there, Yorion. They might choose to Shatter the Sky. That'd be okay. They get the extra card off of it. Only way we get really punished is if they're able to then counter our Yorion. Doesn't seem like that's happening now. Let's play our land. Could lead with Egg, draw a little bit, or gain a little bit more life off of our Dream Trawler. It's another thing to blink with Yorion. We have access to 10 mana. It's 4 or 5, that's fine. I think I like going with Egg. Alright, ECD is a good find. They have a Shark Typhoon here. They cycle for a big shark. They do get to kill our trawler. Then we really need to find Extinction Event. Although now ECD is kind of interesting because it threatens to bring back our Dream Trawler. So taxes their mana. Make them discard a card, but I think just getting rid of Yorion is fine. Alright, so now I could Apparition their Glass Casket, scrying with the Prince. I could also Apparition their Maze Mine Tome. I have a Prince in hand. Maybe this will cut them off from drawing one card because they could just do it in response. Whatever. Give them one more card draw if they want to spend the 2 mana on it. Could also exile. Yeah, I like that actually. Exile the Apparition. And now we'll hit their tome as well. We got walls to block their tokens. Alright. So, now, again, I'm just really trying to find an Extinction Event. we resolve Yorion, though, the value should be enough to keep pace with their Dream Trawler stuff. Shark Typhoon would be really good as well. Could do the same thing that the opponent did, and cycle it to block a Dream Trawler. They don't really have any instant speed interaction to stop that. Wow, okay. That one does hurt. Let's go to chapter 2. The flying blocker. So, what if we were to... Charming Prince, blink the apparition. Yorion, blink Charming Prince, blink all this stuff. Second apparition, take out all their stuff. Not gonna kill me in the air, I don't think. So what do we have here? We have 5, so we have enough to do Omen plus Yorion or Apparition plus Yorion. Kind of feel like Omen makes sense, buffer our life total a little bit. Apparition would just hit Omen of the Sea. Also, time is important, so I should speed up a little bit. 20 minutes left to the opponent's 23. I want this come back first. Okay, apparition there. Apparition. Exile Yorion. It's good. Nah. Alright. Some serious value. Let's go ahead and pitch Birth plus Omen. Play a big Dance of the Manse on a future turn. If the opponent has a way to draw 6 cards, they kill us. Nothing to get with chapter 3 at least. Oh, that was a nice play. Very indestructible, clear the board. Alright, so now we are forced to try to find Extinction Event on even. Yorion will come back though and blink all this stuff. Comes back at our end step. Alright, let's play here. Can we make a bunch of blockers? Apparition that. Dance the Manse. What do we have in the bin? Got ECD, Elspeth's Nightmare, some other stuff. Block here. 6. Yorion. I'm just doing this. If they can kill Yorion, we're in trouble. Maybe we'll save that for a future turn. Let's try to find Extinction Event. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. -2, 5. We only do it for 3. That's not very good. Apparition. Just run this out. Get a peek at their hand. It's indestructible. There it is. I want both of these actually. Pitch Elspeth, pitch a Yorion, pitch an Apparition, pitch a land. Pitch an egg. You can sacrifice an egg to gain some life. If they have a way to get rid of Yorion now, we do lose. Alright, not dead. Chump block. Chump, chump. Sacrifice an egg so we can cast more spells. Alright, we can see their hand, we can Extinction Event them uneven. Then we have Dance of the Manse the next turn. Amazement Tomes are slow. Let's just go theirs for meaning. This is all even. Could Yorion. Let's play land first. Need to gain some life. One, 2, 3, 4, 8. Let's do this for 6. Oh, we got them on the back foot. Can Hagra Mauling their Yorion. They will get to draw a couple cards off these Omens. Feels like they're digging for Shatter. Elspeth's Nightmare will go off though and take it when the Omens return it. They can't Shatter this turn. I think they've already played their land drop. So we Hagra Mauling Yorion, and then we... Oh, they didn't, but they put a tap land? Interesting. Alright, we are down on the clock though, so I gotta win this game quickly. See what they found. Their Shatter, get rid of it. Let's go Hagra Mauling, kill Yorion, swing with everybody, turn Elspeth, gain life. Or this is 20, 24, 26, so we can't threaten lethal this turn. just gonna bring this back and gain something. I have another Yorion in hand. Let's attack first. Apparition away one of their tomes. Since they won't get to draw the cards off the omens until after, you know, they return on their end step, so they can't hit a shatter. Yeah, and they could have just scribed with the one we targeted. If they do hit shatter, we can rebuild with Yorion blinking everything. So there's digging. Get one more look. Got him. What a game. Alright. Gonna take a moment to collect my thoughts there. Gates, disputes, Shark Typhoons, Heliod's intervention. All very good. Cling to Dust, good as well. And then Caskets seem significantly worse. Just take a quick look at the battlefield here. Yeah, I mean, it is decent for dealing with a token that they're trying to transmogrify, although this one, I haven't seen any red spell, so this is just, I think, essentially blue-white control. Which means the tokens are not all that important. Okay. So I like all this. Elspeth's kind of medium. Omen of the Sun also kind of medium. Something like this is good. The alternative is I could cut the Doom Foretold. I do have a lot of random clutter and we're on the draw. So what does that look like? Cut the Doom Foretold. Bring in Archons. Shatters. Ways to deal with Dream Trawler. Yeah, I think I like this. We'll go back to Doom Foretold when we're on the play again. If we're on the play again. Just gonna play this game. Looks good to me. Wonder if we should have kept in our Birth of Meletis, just guaranteeing land drops more easily. Alright, Charming Prince can help us scry into some lands though. We're also playing quite quickly. Yeah, let's go ahead and get Charming Prince down. Both are fine. The Golden Egg will help us fix our mana for blue. Let's go ahead and scry, play our Golden Egg out. Again, I just really don't want to miss land drops. Try to finish this game with at least 10 minutes left on the clock. Alright, drew some cards, I had to pitch some cards, so not that big of a deal. Could just run out Yorion here. We got a backup one. Get something in the yard for ECD. Maybe draw some cards if they don't counter it. If they do, again, something in the yard for ECD. Kind of forced to counter because we set up the loop. Interesting that they've done this first. May indicate that they don't have a counter spell. All right. Start our value going. Unless they're playing like a Whirlwind Denial, we're in good shape. Yeah, they're struggling. They're cycling. We can go Solemn. So yeah, really nice one to then blink with Yorion, keep getting our mana up more. Pull way ahead on mana, get some Shark Typhoons going. Don't really want to hardcast them because of exactly ECD. Wow, so yeah, it seems kind of desperate. They're just trying to draw a card with their Yorion. Could ECD Yorion? Threatening to blink it. Doesn't ramp us quite as much as playing Solemn plus Egg does. Alright, so CD Yorion, attack with Yorion. Got like that. They could ECD our ECD. Like getting this down. If they can't deal with it, then we start to tax their mana as well. Probably binning Shatter at this point. Could also just be Skyclave Apparition. I'll just bin Skyclave, I think. Now if they play ECD, they can hit the ECD, but they can't hit Yorion at least to keep our loop going. 13 minutes to 16. They play Dream Trawler. Get Extinction Event on even. Could have waited a turn with the ECD. Get the tax going on them. Right. We just do this. Attack with Yorion. Scry plus Golden Egg. It's a great one. Now when we cycle Shark Typhoons, we can get them back. Put one of them in the bin. I'm not going to exile ECD right now. Rather start taxing them next turn. Alright, so if they cycle a Shark, they get to kill our Yorion here. Is there anything we can do about that? Not really. Could hard cast a Shark Typhoon, that does not seem great. Do have a second Yorion that we could just still play out though. Alright. Kill this one. Could let ECD get it back. It's another option. Could also Dance to the Manse for just Shark Typhoon. That doesn't seem great. I'm just going Solemn here. We can hold up Mystical Dispute. Don't really care about this Shark. Grab Yorion, perhaps? Yeah, it seems fine. And exile Solemn Simulacrum, keep us ramping as well. Just pitch Apparition plus Elspeth's Nightmare. One more card. Another Shark Typhoon. At 52 cards, we're not going to deck ourselves. So we're going to ECD our ECD. And just for 6. Solemn comes back and ramps us. Alright, so could go Archon plus Dance of the Manse. Could just Dance of the Manse. Could Yorion again. Cyclo Giant Shark Typhoon. I feel like Archon plus Yorion here. Dispute backup. Alright, we did it.
Sweet. Did you do it?
I qualified, babe.